are very much excited to watch the National
SNAI Virtual Conference Program
2022 and would like to request all our friends to participate and join the conference on 21st and 22nd January 2022.
Andariki namaskar.
Andariki namaskar.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Dhanyavad.
Namaskar. Khamba Gaye.
Vyatme.
ಧನ್ಯವಂತಿ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
Light can be gentle, dangerous, spring-like, harsh, calm and soft. But most importantly, light is good from whatever lamp it shines. It is our privilege and our adventure to discover our own special light. Celebrating 100 years of spreading light, celebrating 100 years of care, of love, of hope and of well-being. Celebrating 100 years of association. Celebrating 100 years of the Trained Nurses Association of India. On her feet 24 hours a day, toiling endlessly, giving what comfort she can, caring and nurturing, giving shelter from the storm. Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp, the ministering angel, spread the light of love that still burns bright. Her lasting contribution has been her role in founding the modern nursing profession. She set an example of compassion, commitment to patient care, and diligent and thoughtful hospital administration. Carrying forward the tradition of selfless care and commitment, nurses today are the heartbeat of healthcare, and walking with them at every step and turning point is the Trained Nurses Association of India. A small band of visionary and pioneering women saw the need to develop nursing as a profession. The movement gathered momentum, and in 1908, a decision was taken to establish the Trained Nurses Association with the following objectives: upholding in every way the dignity and honor of the nursing profession, promoting a sense of esprit de corps amongst all nurses, and to advance professional, educational, economic, and general welfare of nurses. Today, TNAI has come a long way. With over 2 lakh nurses, 85,000 student nurses, 5,500 auxiliary nurses, and female health supervisors, TNAI has become a major link between nurses all over the country and abroad. TNAI's activities cover a broad spectrum of healthcare fields, growing by leaps and bounds by the year. In 1994, TNAI undertook the HIV/AIDS project in collaboration with the American Nurses Association. Then, in 2001, TNAI and UNICEF got together for a project on reproduction child healthcare. In fact, TNAI has been instrumental in launching National Safe Motherhood Day on April 11, 2003, in collaboration with White Ribbon Alliance of India for Safe Motherhood. Besides these, TNAI has collaborated with WHO, SIDA, CEDPA, Indian Red Cross Society, Indian Public Health Association, Indian Leprosy Association, and the International Council of Nurses, to name a few. Another feather to her cap is the Student Nurses Association, established in 1929. The SNAI is a nationwide organization comprising of a vast student nurse members body with a wide variety of activities derived from the professional, social, cultural, and recreational spheres. The Student Nurses Association works in tandem with its mother concern, but towards the growth and propagation of glorious healthcare providers of tomorrow. TNAI is also lending a helping hand to the physical, mental, and emotional health of our senior citizens. An elderly care home and daycare facilities are being set up to meet not merely the physical need of the aged, but their psychosocial and spiritual needs as well. With an eye on the future, the Trained Nurses Association of India is working towards the setting up of a central institute of nursing and research that would coordinate and take forward the excellent efforts of nursing institutions and service centers. The objective of the institute is to take the quality of nurses and nursing skills to ever higher standards, with far-reaching impact on overall healthcare available to all in the country. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Through the years, the nursing fraternity has tirelessly, selflessly worked towards that overall well-being. From a small group of determined nurses to today's confident, well-rounded professional body, the nurses of today are raring to go. But the fight for a better tomorrow continues. With pride and honor in their past, self-assurance in the present, they look ahead towards a bright and promising future. After all, she is the hospitality of hospitals, the heartbeat of healthcare. A nurse always gives us hope, an angel with a stethoscope.
In the arms of the angel you find.
Let's join together to celebrate that angel, her many forms, her many faces, her many graces. Let's celebrate 100 glorious years of care, for an angel looks down at us, silently smiling. Let's tell her 100 years have gone by, carrying forward her light. And let's promise her to carry it forward for many, many more centuries to come.
Morning to all. Welcome to the 29th National SNAI Biennial Conference 2022. We are excited to announce that this is the first time in the history of TNAI a biennial conference is going on virtual mode. We have full confidence that you all will enjoy these 2 days conference. Once again, we welcome you all to the National SNAI Biennial Conference. We are thankful to our partner WHO India and the sponsors of the program, EBEC Language Laboratory, White Ribbon Alliance, and LADL. We are also thankful to It's For You Private Limited for the technical support for the conference. Every morning is a surprise, and every sunrise is a challenge, and each day is a gift. To give the first fruit of the day to the Lord is one of the most valuable ways to show our love to God. With these sentiments in mind, let us invoke the God's blessing on all of us through a prayer song. I welcome the nursing students from various schools and colleges from Greater Noida for their melodious invocation.
सुबह सवेरे लेकर तेरा नाम प्रभु, करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। सुबह सवेरे लेकर तेरा नाम प्रभु, करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। शुद्ध भाव से तेरा ध्यान लगाए हम, विद्या का वरदान तुम्हीं से पाए हम। शुद्ध भाव से तेरा ध्यान लगाए हम, विद्या का वरदान तुम्हीं से पाए हम। हाँ, विद्या का वरदान तुम्हीं से पाए हम। तुम्हीं से है आगाज तुम्हीं अंजाम प्रभु, करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। सुबह सवेरे लेकर तेरा नाम प्रभु, करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। गुरुओं का सत्कार कभी ना भूले हम, इतना बने महान गगन को छू ले हम। गुरुओं का सत्कार कभी ना भूले हम, इतना बने महान गगन को छू ले हम। हाँ, इतना बने महान गगन को छू ले हम। तुम्हीं से है हर सुबह तुम्हीं से शाम प्रभु, करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। सुबह सवेरे लेकर तेरा नाम प्रभु, करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु। करते हैं हम शुरू आज का काम प्रभु।
Thank you for the beautiful invocation. Now it's a time for lamp lighting. We also have an invocation dance from SNAI Odisha branch. Also, a melodious song from Miss Sheetal Pamwar. So let's enjoy.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
दो दिल मिल रहे हैं दो दिल मिल रहे हैं मगर चुपके चुपके दो दिल मिल रहे हैं मगर चुपके चुपके सबको हो रही है हाँ सबको हो रही है खबर चुपके चुपके हो दो दिल मिल रहे हैं मगर चुपके चुपके सांसों में बड़ी बेकरारी आँखों में कहीं रत जगी कभी कहीं लग जाए दिल तो कहीं फिर दिल ना लगे अपना दिल में जरा थाम लूं जादू का मैं इसे नाम दूं जादू कर रहा है जादू कर रहा है असर चुपके चुपके हो दो दिल मिल मगर चुपके चुपके ऐसे भोले बनकर हैं बैठे जैसे कोई बात नहीं, सब कुछ नजर आ रहा है, दिन है ये रात नहीं, क्या है कुछ भी नहीं है अगर होठों पे है खामोशी मगर बातें कर रहा है, बातें कर रहा है, असर चुपके चुपके हो दूध मिल रहे हैं, दूध मिल रहे हैं मगर चुपके चुपके सबको हो रही है, हाँ सबको हो रही है खबर, चुपके चुपके हो दूध मिल रहे हैं मगर चुपके चुपके.
Now, it's the time to welcome the participants and delegates to this ceremony. I request Mrs. Evelyn P. Kannan, Secretary General, to welcome all the participants and the delegates to the 2 days National SNAI Biennial Conference. Also, I request Madam Evelyn to brief about the functions and activities of the TNAI Association of India.
Very good morning to each one of you present today. It is a moment of much pleasure to welcome you all to the 29th SNAI Biennial E-Conference. I feel delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Roy George, National President TNAI, who is dynamic, action-oriented leader. The student nurses are fortunate to see you and hear your addresses today. One of his dreams has been that SNAI should have a separate registration and always motivated the young generation to come up and take up the various leadership roles. It is my immense pleasure to welcome all the national vice presidents, honorary treasurer, former president, who always ready to support and coordinate with all the TNAI activities. I especially welcome the eminent nurse leaders, esteemed principals of various schools and College of Nursing, TNAI's national executive and council members, state branch executives, beloved students, special invitees, guests, and all who took out a valuable time to be part of this historical event. We are honored and delighted to have you with us. I heartily welcome Dr. Pushpa Chaudhary, team lead for RMNCH WHO India, Dr. Priya Karna, Technical Officer WHO India, who will be shortly launching the Safer Games, that is Safe Abortion, Values, Evidence and Rights. I also specially welcome our sponsors, ABEC, WRAI and Laudel Group. As you all know, we are supposed to have this conference in 2021, but due to pandemic, it is happening virtually today. This conference is to invigorate, inspire, and enlighten the budding nurses by promoting their participation in various creative activities. Also, this conference will focus on the SNA updates, presentation of scientific paper, poster presentation, concept paper, quiz program, and various cultural programs. It also allows us to hear the addresses and messages from the various national and international leaders. Once again, I welcome you all.
Thank you, Madam, for your wonderful welcome address. But I also request you to give a brief about the TNAI and SNAI report.
Once again, a very warm welcome to the SNAI 29th Biennial Conference 2022. The TNAI is moving ahead with commitment and dedication since 1908. As you all know, see this picture, this is our old building, which is since 1960 to 2019, and the year of the event of the year of the nurse midwife, this building has been renovated. That's why you are seeing the new building now. This old building has been inaugurated, foundation stone was laid by Dr. Radhakrishnan. In 1960, the same building was inaugurated by Srimati Indira Gandhi in 1961. TNAI is a journey of 113 years. We are moving ahead with a commitment and dedication since 1908 with a small, simple steps. As we all know the history, just I want to brush up again. This TNAI was established in 1905 by the 9 British pioneers from different parts of India. They came together and established as a Nursing Superintendent Association. The same association has been changed the name into Trained Nurses Association of India in 1908. TNAI is a non-profit, non-sectoral, non-political and non-religious organization and working mainly for the benefit and advancement of the nurses. Currently, we have 4 lakh nurses as a member. Members are from clinical nursing service, nursing education, research, nursing administration and public health. Members also from the central state government institutions, including Premier, National Institute, Military Nursing Service, ESI, Railway, and private and voluntary and mission and corporate sectors. The TNAI was registered in the Society Act in 1970. Currently, we have 33 branches across the country. The President of India and the First Lady were the patrons of the association since 1950. Currently, the national office bearers are Professor Dr. R.K. George, National President TNAI. We have 5 regional vice presidents. Mrs. Reena Bose, Vice President of East Region. Mrs. Susan Tada, Vice President of Northeast Region. Mrs. Srevna Joshi, Vice President of the West Region. Dr. Jenny Kemp, Vice President of the South Region, and Mrs. Annie Kumar, Vice President of the North Region. Mrs. Priti P.K. Pamra, Honorary Treasurer of the Trained Nurses Association of India. We too also have the national office bearer. They are the appointed officers of the association. Mrs. Evelyn P. Kannan, myself, Secretary General of TNAI. We have 3 Assistant Secretary Generals. Mrs. Sangamitra Sawant, who is taking care of the Central Units of Nursing and Research Activities. Mr. Ajna Seyam, looking after the membership section and overseas activities. And Mrs. S. Vatsala Dinaharan, looking after the Publication and Student Nurses Association activities. TNAI not only have the headquarters, we have our extended office at Greater Noida. There we have the 3 major buildings, that is Central Units of Nursing and Research Center, Elderly Care Home for the Daycare Center, as well as the accommodation block. This was inaugurated by none other than Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the President of India, in 2012. Under the umbrella of the Trained Nurses Association of India, we have associated association, that is a Student Nurses Association of India, which was established in 1929. There are also 91 years of carrying and marching towards the centenary. You all are going to have a very detailed information about the Student Nurses Association of India in later period of time will be given by Mrs. Vatsala Dinaharan. I'll just introduce this association. This was established in 1929 during TNAI annual conference at Madras. Miss L. Rina James, the nursing superintendent of General Hospital, Madras, initiated this association. The main objectives of the association are to uphold the dignity of the profession, to develop professional skills, and to develop leadership quality and effective communication for overall development and gain positive attitude towards the profession. The SNA also celebrated Silver Jubilee 1954, Golden Jubilee 1979, and Platinum Jubilee in 2004. Now they are marching towards centenary in 2029. We have 1,271 SNA units. As of now, nearly more than 1 lakh student nurses are enrolled as a SNAI members. The Student Nurses Association of India has various activities as well as the benefits. A wide variety of activities with the objective of the association in view are encouraged at all levels for the SNA members. The diversity of activities derived from the professional, educational, social, cultural, and recreational spheres. The activities are geared to strengthen curricular and co-curricular components. The benefits and activities will be detailedly explained by Mrs. Vatsala Dinaharan during her presentation. As you all see this, one lady made a change in the entire nursing scenario. Even after 200 years of her departed from this earth, but still every nurse, everyone remember her, lady with the lamp, the Florence Nightingale. She is eagerly waiting to handing over this light to each one of you. Whoever is willing to take up this light, we can take it and move forward, because you are the younger generation. You are the future leaders. The future of nursing scenario is in your hand. You wish you all the best for all the future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now, I would like to welcome our beloved National President of the Trained Nurses Association of India, Professor Dr. Roy K. George, to deliver the presidential address.
A very warm good morning to all from Trained Nurses Association of India, National Office. I feel really privileged and honored to address the upcoming nursing students, our dear members of the Student Nurse Association of India, during this annual conference. As all of you know, we are having a very difficult phase of pandemic for almost 2 years now. Being nursing students, you are also forming the integral part of health team in helping nurses and the entire medical team in managing this pandemic. For most of us, especially the senior nurses, this type of a pandemic is faced for the first time in our professional life. Though we have learned about pandemic in community health nursing, a disease of this proportion affecting every part of the globe almost in the same time with different ways is unthinkable, was unthinkable few years ago. But now, as health professionals, we are battling a very brave fight. I take this opportunity to pay tributes to nurses who have sacrificed their life in the call of duty throughout the globe. Also, we shall pay our tributes to 128 nurses who were our colleagues who sacrificed their life in service of humanity during this pandemic. As per records available TNAI, in India we have lost 128 nurses. Let us pay a short silence in the memory of these great souls. As you all know, we are facing the new variant of COVID-19 virus, which is named as Omicron, which is having a wave around the world, and India also is facing the same now. Though I planned this conference months back, we thought we will continue with this virtual conference despite of this upcoming increase in cases, because it is more than 2 years such a conference of SNAI was held nationally. Nursing students are also having a tough time, affecting their usual pattern of studies, usual pattern of work, and usual pattern of pleasure time. Really, it is a tough time. But I would like to tell you, as Robert Schuller told, who is very famous for the Crystal Cathedral, and he wrote, "Tough times don't last, but tough people do." Yes, nurses by nature are tough people, and we are going to last to finish this battle. And I wish and hope our students will, as they have been doing, will be our brave soldiers in coming days. TNAI has been instrumental in supporting nurses during this pandemic. Initially in 2020, March, April, May, those 3 months were when the pandemic started its first wave in India. We were unprepared and we were short of supplies, and TNAI supplied personal protective equipment, especially N95 masks and surgical masks throughout the country wherever there was shortage of supply. It was a great support for nurses because we wanted to save nurses so that they can save the people of this country. And also, this type of a transmissible disease, highly transmissible disease, was new to us, and so we have started a new learning platform to upskill nurses in COVID management updates, and more than 1.5 lakh nurses, including nursing students, have fine-tuned their skills in managing this pandemic through this learning platform. Since physical conferences were not possible and physical continuing nursing education programs were not possible, TNAI has been organizing many of them to keep nurses and nursing students updated. I know, as I mentioned earlier, nursing students are having a really tough time because of their disruption in normal activities in the nursing school or college, or during their pleasure time or at home or in the community. But as a responsible association, we cannot wait. We have to cope with the times. And this virtual conference is one such attempt. Already state level conferences or competitions are over, and now we are coming together. Competitions are a good part of our activity, but remember, the ultimate objective of SNAI is not competitions or prizes. It is preparing leaders for the profession for the future. You are all upcoming nurses, and in you lays the foundation, the development of nursing profession and healthcare in this country. Not only in this country, globally it is like that. So the ultimate objective of SNAI is to bring up leaders, train leaders, and develop leadership abilities in the new generation of nurses. It's you are the new generation. We seniors look with a lot of hope, optimism, and expectation about the talented youth who will be the future leaders of the profession. Seniors occupying leadership positions will naturally fade out. They have to vacate the positions, and it is for you to come up to this, take up these positions more actively, more dynamically, and more effectively. We have to build upon what our pioneers have done, which we are trying to, because TNAI is a 113-year-old organization, and our leaders not only in TNAI, in our profession, in every aspect, have contributed to the development of profession, but we have a lot more things to do. The young generation may blame the former leaders because we do not know what were the actual situation at that time. We have to continue the battle to establish autonomy for the profession, to ensure more dignity and remuneration for the professionals, and also to develop nursing care and nursing profession to provide the best healthcare possible for our people. So I wish all the best to the young leaders of this profession, the Friend Nurse Association members and the office bearers, to come up in the profession with a comprehensive and holistic development of their personality and nursing skills and knowledge, who will be an asset to the profession and to this country in the coming days. Wishing you all a bright future and a fruitful conference. Let me conclude with All the best to all of you. Thank you very much.
Now I request Mrs. Sangamitra Savan, Assistant Secretary General of TNAI, to read out the messages of our Honorable Vice President of India, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu ji.
Thank you, Mr. Ajnas. This is indeed a great honor to read the message received from the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu ji. In his message, he expressed, "I am happy to know that the Trained Nurses Association of India is organizing the 29th Student Nurses Association of India Biennial e-conference on January 2022. Nursing is a very noble profession. Nurses play a vital role in the care and treatment of patients, providing the much needed compassionate touch. In times of grave health emergencies like the coronavirus pandemic, the doctors, nurses, and health professionals of our country have bravely taken up the mantle of being our frontline warriors. I am happy to know that with a nationwide network of 32 state and union territory branches, TNAI has been working for the advancement of professional, educational, socio-economic, and general welfare of nurses and community at large, and playing an important role to achieve the goals of national health programs. I congratulate all the members of the TNAI and SNAI and extend my best wishes to all the participants of 29th SNA Biennial e-conference. May the event be a grand success.
Thank you, madam. We also have messages from eminent personalities. We have messages from Mr. Rajesh Bhushan ji, Health Secretary to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Dilip Kumar ji, President, Indian Nursing Council. Ms. Elizabeth Iro, Chief Nursing Officer, World Health Organization. Professor Kathleen McCord, President, Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation. Ms. Jill Elf, Executive Secretary of Commonwealth Nurses Midwife Federation. Now I request our technical team to present these messages.
I am delighted to know that the Student Nurses Association of India, SNAI, of the Trained Nurses Association of India is organizing the SNAI Biennial Conference, and this would be the first virtual conference in the history of SNAI. It will happen on 21st and 22nd of January 2022. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought significant pressure and stress on our nurses. I take this opportunity to appreciate the highly valuable services of nursing fraternity, including nursing students, during the COVID pandemic across the country. Their endeavor and their sacrifice has saved thousands of lives. We must applaud our nursing fraternity and the student nurses on this occasion. Therefore, I take this opportunity to thank the entire nursing fraternity and nursing students of the country, not only on my behalf and on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, but on behalf of the entire country. I am happy to see that SNAI is trying to reach its members digitally by using technology and conducting various programs online. I believe that during this biennial conference, sessions will be addressed by experts from various fields, and these fields will be relating to nursing and medical sciences. The biennial conference will also provide an opportunity to deliberate on important topics related to the COVID pandemic, and many more important health issues. I also believe that this conference will provide a platform to exchange ideas and share knowledge not only by the experts but also by the actual practitioners in the field. I have full confidence that this conference will definitely channelize the dynamism and energy of youth who will be entering the nursing profession. It would also enrich the knowledge and skills of the student nurses, the future of our healthcare system. This will help them in improving their potential, improving their skills, which in turn will help to improve the overall quality of health services across the country. I take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers under the leadership of Professor Dr. Roy K. George, National President of TNAI, and the participants of the conference, and extend my best wishes for its success. Namaste, Jai Hind.
Greetings from the Indian Nursing Council. Wish you all happy and prosperous New Year to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate for working selflessly during the period of COVID-19 pandemic. You are all at early stage of nursing career and need a voice. It is therefore the Trained Nurses Association of India has created this forum for you all. Through this forum, you will be able to contribute and influence the future of the nursing and midwifery. I hope during the period of this conference, organizers must have covered wide range of topics of vital interest to the nurses and midwives for the beginning of the nursing career which the students are in, including the how the student nurses have coped during the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the mental health issues and their role.
Greetings to my colleagues and friends in India. Welcome to your conference. I would like to thank the Trained Nurses Association of India, your President, Professor Roy George, and Ms. Evelyn Kannan, Secretary General, for the invitation to join you. We have now been fighting a global pandemic for 2 years, and I know that this has been an unimaginable, difficult time for our colleagues across the world. I recognize that every one of you will have faced challenges and have made personal sacrifices as a result of it. Your work and commitment to patient safety and patient-centered care is essential, and it is particularly important to recognize all that you have achieved amidst the challenges of a global pandemic. It seems that we have little time to catch our breath before further crisis unfolds. Each crisis brings new demands on our already fragile health systems. Civil unrest, the consequences of climate change, floods, fires, and humanitarian disasters, each a devastating situation that requires nurses to perform at the top of their game, to think on their feet, and to show leadership, innovation, clinical expertise, and compassion. But many of us are tired and exhausted. The world has needed nurses more than ever before, and I thank you for your professional response. The pandemic has made the work of nurses everywhere more prominent and more visible than ever before, and we must use this visibility to strengthen our profession in every way possible. We have a global strategic direction for nursing and midwifery 2021 to 2025, which has been endorsed through a resolution at the World Health Assembly in May last year. This sets out clearly the priority options for strengthening nursing and midwifery in education, leadership, and jobs, and in service delivery. This also supports the roles of both a government chief nurse and chief midwife, and I believe these roles are vital to ensure that critical issues around work conditions, adequate staffing, fair pay, and quality education in countries are addressed at government level. What is clear in this roadmap is the need for healthcare professions from all disciplines to work together, bringing a wealth of expertise to guide decisions, policy, and change. We are stronger when we work together and unite in our common goals and shared values. Our priorities for 2022 must be to ensure that we keep our communities safe and that we bring this pandemic to an end. We can do this by ensuring that we meet the WHO target for vaccination, to vaccinate 70% of the global population by mid-2022. I urge you to get your vaccines as soon as you can and to support your vaccine rollout programs whenever and wherever you can. Thank you for your commitment to improving the lives of our patients and for committing to investment in your education and in training in order to provide exceptional standards of healthcare for patients who need you. Last year, my office established a global community of practice, a new network that you can all join that will bring us together through sharing our experiences and learning together and from experts. I thank Professor George for his contributions to this already, and I hope you will all join the network and share your expertise with others. I send you my best wishes for a very successful conference and a safe and peaceful 2022. I thank you.
Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting today. As you've heard, I'm Kath McCourt. I'm a nurse and a midwife, and I'm presently the president of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation. And I bring you all the very, very good wishes of all the national nurses associations within the Commonwealth. The Trained Nurses Association of India are very well known to me. I know your president, Professor Dr. Roy George, and Evelyn Kannan, your Secretary General. And I know that they both represent India very well at all Commonwealth meetings. It's a real pleasure to be speaking to you today during your conference, and here we are at the start of 2022. I've been a nurse for a very, very long time, but my student days are deeply embedded in my brain. I thoroughly enjoyed being a student. I enjoyed it every day and learned such a great deal. I know I was just an average student. I had to work very hard, but I was committed to my decision to become a nurse. Your student days allow you to experience many different clinical placements, and hopefully with good mentors and role models, you will learn how to care for patients and families and to support colleagues. The difficult bit is the exams, but they are critically important, so you must not ignore your studies. I'm very proud to be a nurse and very grateful for the very varied career nursing has given me. I worked clinically in cardiothoracic intensive care in adults and children and in transplantation areas. But I have worked all over the world in both clinical nurse roles and on behalf of my university and the UK government, advising on health and nursing issues. However, these last 2 years have placed the profession in a very prominent role. We have all been on the front line of the struggle against COVID-19. COVID-19, it's a term many of us had never heard of, yet nurses and patients were to become infected and too many were to die of this virus. The Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation represents all the regions of the Commonwealth, and since the pandemic was declared, we have had extensive contact from nursing organisations and consulted with our members on many issues. We've used messages, emails, apps, Zoom, Skype, and many other platforms to keep in touch with our members. Globally, nurses have moved from the fearfulness to heroic bravery. The initial rapid spread with no cure available had been a huge concern, and now nurses are crucial to the global vaccination programme. The overwhelming message from nurses and their professional organisations has been the recognition of the increasing number of patients, the rapid spread of the virus, the stretched resources, and the lack of workforce. Many nurses have been frustrated at not being able to provide optimal care for their patients, and we need to acknowledge the enormous physical, emotional, and mental toll that this has taken on the nursing profession. For most, perhaps all healthcare professions, this has been the biggest challenge of their career. But we have emerged resilient. Yes, nurses have responded. I would say their input and your input has been nothing but heroic. I hope your training and education programmes have continued as good as possible. In the UK, we've had to make all sorts of adjustments. All of the learning has been online. We've had to adapt the placements, but we've been working with our regulator to ensure students progress. And nurses have done what nurses always do. They turned up for work and kept going. And they came the next day and the next day and the day after that. So you are all embarking on a very special profession. You will face many future viruses and bacteria and many other challenges, but you will have the unique privilege of experiencing intense and intimate times with patients and families, sharing some very special and often distressing times and events in people's lives. Patients never forget what nurses do. They always remember how a nurse made them feel. The dignity and the respect is always paramount. Your careers will see new working practices, digital technology. It will transform your practice as a nurse. Nurses and midwives must see post-COVID. They must learn the lessons that will empower them to be brave and bold, and to actively participate as leaders of our communities for a safer world in the future. So I wish you every good luck in your studies, to keep safe, to enjoy your conference, and thank you very much for listening, and my very, very best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to send greetings on behalf of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation, the CNMF, to the 29th Conference of the Student Nurses Association of India. The CNMF was established in 1973 to form a network of nurses and midwives across Commonwealth countries. The purpose of the CNMF is to link nurses and midwives in Commonwealth countries together, to advocate for high standards for nursing education, and to advocate for nurses and midwives in Commonwealth forums. I want to acknowledge and thank the TNAI President, Dr. Roy George, and the General Secretary, Mrs. Evelyn Cannon, for this invitation. I want to add that Mrs. Cannon is the CNMF board member representing the Asian region. I also want to acknowledge the outstanding work of the Trained Nurses Association of India over the past 100 plus years. They are a shining example of what a professional nursing association should be doing, not just for the region, but for the rest of the world. I know the last 2 years have been very difficult because of the COVID pandemic. And I want to thank all the nurses and midwives of India for their commitment to looking after their populations in these difficult times. I know there's been a lot of uncertainty, fear for your own infection, seeing your colleagues ill, the stress of your workloads, seeing your family members ill, and sometimes even dying. There's uncertainty about the future of what lies ahead for all of us. I know that You have a dedication to keep going despite the difficulties, to provide the best care possible in these difficult circumstances. And on behalf of the CNMF President and Board, I want to thank you for that dedication. My message to you students gathered here today for your 29th conference is that nursing is the greatest profession in the world, and I speak from personal experience. It's a great privilege to be able to care for people, to help them when they are ill, to nurse them back to health, or to provide comfort to them when they are dying. Nursing provides an ongoing opportunity to continue to learn, to meet amazing people, to have amazing experiences, to travel the world, experiences that are not available to many other professions. I wish you well in your career, and I encourage you to continue despite the current difficulties that we are all experiencing with the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a great privilege to be able to help people and to be a role model for our populations as a professional for peace, tolerance, understanding, and compassion. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you all for the messages. It's a time to wind up the formal functions of the first day of the conference. I request Mrs. Sangamitra Savant, Assistant Secretary General of TNAI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable National President TNAI, respected National Vice Presidents, Honorary Treasurer, esteemed Secretary General, all participants, our most valued nursing students, ladies and gentlemen, a very hearty greetings to you all. This is indeed a great pleasure to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion on behalf of the Trained Nurses Association of India. For making the 29th SNAI Biennial Conference a success, we are thankful to one and all who contributed their best in the way they could. At the outset, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, for sending his good wishes for the conference. In his message, he acknowledged that nurses play a vital role in care and treatment of patients by providing the much needed compassionate touch. Thank you, sir. We express our special gratitude to the Honorable Health Secretary, Shri Rajesh Bhushanji, for sending warm wishes for the conference. In his message, he expressed confidence that the SNAI conference will definitely generalize the dynamism and energy of youth, which in turn will help to improve the overall quality of health services across the country. We are very much pleased to Ms. Elizabeth Iro, Chief Nursing Officer, WHO, for her inspirational message. In her message, she boosts the nurses and nursing students for every challenge with leadership, innovation, expertise, and compassion. We are very much grateful to Professor Kathleen McCurt, President CNMF, for sending good wishes from all the National Nurses Association, from Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Association. We are grateful to Ms. Jill Lilliff, Executive Secretary of CNMF, for her kind words of encouragement for the nurses of India. Her message to the students to be a role model for population as a professional of peace, tolerance, understanding, and compassion will help them in long way. We are obliged to Professor Dr. Roy K. George, National President TNAI, under whose overall guidance various sessions of the SNAI conference were conducted. His address, replete with inspiring words, shall go a long way in boosting the morale of nursing students and clarifying their concerns. A rich token of thankfulness goes to all the national vice presidents of TNAI and the executive and council members for their guidance and consecration. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Mrs. Evelyn Peekanan, Secretary General TNAI, for her tireless support and motivation throughout the entire program. In her charismatic style, she monitored the arrangements till last moment so that all goes on befittingly. It is quite satisfying and exciting that SNA advisors from state SNA advisors to unit level actively participated in deliberations of various sessions of the conference with enthusiasm. Thanks are due to them. Our special thanks goes to all the sponsors of the conference who supported this event. We are really grateful to WHO Partnership, ABEC, WRAI, LADL for investing in our event. Your sponsorship has perhaps helped us with great glory. Conduct and success of a program of any description involves working together of several persons or agencies. As well as we know, unlike in traditional programs, in virtual meets like the present one, synchronization with certain technical partners is crucial. Thanks to It's For You Heavy Duty e-platform for the seamless program. We are really thankful to Mr. Rohit Bhatia, Ms. Nishta Khanna, and Mr. Krishna and their entire team for the smooth and uninterrupted conduct of various sessions of the event. We have been fortunate enough to be backed up by a team of very motivated and dedicated people, so our thanks are due to the entire TNAI staffs and my colleagues. At last but not the least, I'd like to thank the Almighty God for giving us in every step very nice wisdom throughout the journey. To conclude, we wish and believe that after participation in the conference with new learning, the student nurses shall be enabled to perform their normal and special assignments with great efficiency and confidence, and a better vision leading to improved delivery of their services. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Who is a superhero? We have many superheroes, but during this pandemic, whom we realized as a real superhero. Let's watch a wonderful show from the SNAI Delhi State Branch. Who is the superhero?
I'll tell you what you wanna hear.
Yes, nurses are the real superheroes. They portrayed well through their performance in this pandemic. Wonderful performance from SNAI Delhi State Branch. Thank you. It's time to wind up the formal functions of the day. We have the students from various Institute of Nursing for the national anthem. Let's rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. I request all of you to take your seats. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank our partner WHO India and our sponsors, EBEC Language Laboratories, WRAI, LADL, and the technical partner for this event. We now have two performances, one from Northeast and the other from the South, presenting the dance performances from Mizoram and Kerala.
जय
Thank you for this wonderful performance. Now, we have an interesting session from WHO India office. The country office had developed an interesting game to educate about the safe abortion in India. WHO country office for India, together with the Trained Nurses Association of India, tested the WHO global tool on safe abortion, values, evidence, and rights. In light of the recent MTP Amendment 2021, this is an important and timely effort that will help us look into our own personal biases and values that govern access to abortion services. Let's watch a short video on WHO Saver First.
No woman should die due to an unsafe abortion. And when abortion is provided, it should be given in a legal and evidence-based manner with quality, safety, dignity, and respect. WHO has a toolkit on safe abortion values, evidence, and rights, or WHO Saver, which is a module-based training for doctors, nurses, health providers, program managers, and really anyone to assess our values, address our biases, and learn together to transform our attitudes towards respectful abortion care for anyone who needs it. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we adapted and converted the WHO Saver Toolkit into an innovative, gamified, hybrid version that you can do either in person, online, or as a combination with an expert trainer, or simply by playing one of the standalone games to learn from the comfort of your home. Saver has 4 modules: Engage, Inform, Explore, and Equip. In the Engage module, participants review recent media stories from the country about gender, unintended pregnancy, the realities of safe and unsafe abortion, and juxtapose these with the global standard definitions. In the Inform module, participants share and discuss background information on SRHR, on safety of legal abortion, contraceptive prevalence, abortion incidence and safety, abortion law and safety, and achieving reproductive rights in the global and regional or local context. In the Explore module, participants will play various games and watch videos relating to gender, safe abortion, preventing unwanted pregnancy, explore social norms and values, and consider how these may be rooted in stigmatizing attitudes or contribute to stigma from a personal perspective. The Equip module is to promote knowledge of, interest in, and further use of WHO guidelines and tools, with a focus on guidelines and tools relevant to contraception, abortion, and post-abortion care, towards the many steps needed for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as SDGs, building resilient health systems for universal health coverage, or UHC, leaving no one behind. We must remember quality and dignity of care matter as much as saving lives. SAVOR is our small step towards SDGs, starting with ensuring safe abortion is provided with values, evidence, and rights or respect.
Now, we are happy to announce that as part of the larger toolkit, WHO India developed 2 games on values that affect reproductive health services. I request Dr. Pushpa to launch the game, followed up Dr. Priya, who can show.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the session that is hosted by WHO Country Office for India. I would like to invite the MC to give the introduction, please. Great. So we'll play a video on SAVOR first.
No woman should die due to an unsafe abortion. And when abortion is provided, it should be given in a legal and evidence-based manner with quality, safety, dignity, and respect. WHO has a toolkit on safe abortion values, evidence, and rights, or WHO SAVOR, which is a module-based training for doctors, nurses, health providers, program managers, and really anyone to assess our values, address our biases, and learn together to transform our attitudes towards respectful abortion care for anyone who needs it. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we adapted and converted the WHO SAVOR toolkit into an innovative, gamified, hybrid version that you can do either in person, online, or as a combination with an expert trainer, or simply by playing one of the standalone games to learn from the comfort of your home. SAVOR has 4 modules: Engage, Inform, Explore, and Equip. In the Engage module, participants review recent media stories from the country about gender, unintended pregnancy, the realities of safe and unsafe abortion, and juxtapose these with the global standard definitions. In the Inform module, participants share and discuss background information on SRHR, on safety of legal abortion, contraceptive prevalence, abortion incidence and safety, abortion law and safety, and achieving reproductive rights in the global and regional or local context. In the Explore module, participants will play various games and watch videos relating to gender, safe abortion, preventing unwanted pregnancy, explore social norms and values, and consider how these may be rooted in stigmatizing attitudes or contribute to stigma from a personal perspective. The Equip module is to promote knowledge of, interest in, and further use of WHO guidelines and tools, with a focus on guidelines and tools relevant to contraception, abortion, and post-abortion care, towards the many steps needed for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, building resilient health systems for universal health coverage, or UHC, leaving no one behind. We must remember quality and dignity of care matter as much as saving lives. SAVOR is our small step towards SDGs, starting with ensuring safe abortion is provided with values, evidence, and rights or respect. No woman should die.
Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'd like to now invite Dr. Pushpa Chaudhary, who is our team lead for RMNCAH at the WHO Country Office for India. Madam is a senior obstetrician and gynecologist, trained both in India and the UK, with over 3 decades of experience in clinical, academic, public health, and administrative areas. She has worked extensively in the health sector under the government of Nepal, where she was assigned different bureaucratic positions, such as the director of the largest maternity hospital, director of family health division, and more recently as the secretary of health at the Ministry of Health and Population in Nepal. She has volunteered and contributed and led many professional organizations, such as the Nepal Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, also worked in close collaboration with FIGO, SAFOG, and FOXY. And now we are proud to say that she's also leading this effort with the Trained Nursing Association of India and today with the Student Nursing Association of India. I'd like to invite Madam to give her comments, please.
Thank you, Priya, for kind words and warm greetings to all of you on behalf of WHO India. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of 29th Student Nursing Association of India's Biennial e-conference today. Nursing students are the foundation upon which future services are delivered. Your role in ensuring quality of care cannot be understated. And I'm so happy that Trained Nursing Association of India has taken this initiative as a trusted partner of WHO India for evidence generation, innovation, and accelerating learnings, particularly for reproductive health. We all know that India recently amended the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 2021 to ensure comprehensive abortion care is available to all. It makes it more liberal, approachable, and holistic. Though nurses may not provide direct service delivery, but they play a vital role on counseling, providing contraception, and connecting women and girls with compassionate care, which is more important than ever now. Along with this historic law change, we have an opportunity to ensure that evidence is effectively communicated, and we also assess our values and attitudes that influence actual service delivery. TNAI, together with WHO India, is leading this effort. Last year, we conducted a baseline survey among nearly 12,000 nurses across the country to understand their knowledge and perception about abortion services. The results were very clear. About 60% nurses have positive attitude towards safe abortion practices, but only 30% felt confident about the services. Between 65% to 85% viewed access to safe abortion positively, but this needs to be further strengthened. With COVID and other competing priorities, there was limited awareness about the details of the recent MTP amendment. So what we clearly know that nurses have a critical and crucial role to play in helping women to access safe abortion in terms of counseling, referral care, and contraception. And without their supportive participation, effective implementation of amended MTP Act is not possible. So building on our knowledge, leveraging innovation in the pandemic times, today, I'm pleased to launch the recently developed Safe Abortion Values, Evidence and Rights, Respect, or SAVOR Games by WHO. So as you can see, there are two games on checking on your values and understanding evidence that is globally accepted on. So today we will show one of the two games, Cross the Line. Demonstrate how to play and other details of the claim. Both games are to be played in the same way and will be available to play on computers starting February 2022. We will share the link to both the games via TNAI Secretariat, and at the end of each game, you will get your scorecard, and there will be a feedback option. So this is still in testing. We want your feedback on ease of use, navigation, utility, and overall experience. With your support, we aim to use this first of its kind approach to build the capacity of all TNAI association members, about 4 lakhs nurses and 1.5 lakh students one day. So stay safe, enjoy gaming. Over to Dr. Priya to display this game and explain further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you for launching the game. As ma'am said, we have 2 games as part of Savor. I will walk you through one of the games today. Both games will be available from February 2022. We'll share the link. There is a link for the game like this. This will be available through TNAI. We'll send it to everybody. Once you click on the link, it takes you to the landing page. So I'll demonstrate Cross the Line today. Once you go to the landing page, you don't need to do the entire Savor module, which is actually a 4-day training. Smaller games can be played standalone by themselves. It takes about half an hour to 1 hour, depending on how much time you spend in playing the games. The games have to currently be played on a computer and or a laptop. They can be played on that. So basically what you do is first you get started. It takes you to what the game is. So in Cross the Line game, what we are trying to do is you'll be able to explore your own views related to gender, sexuality, preventing unsafe abortion, safe abortions, and other sexual reproductive health and rights issues. By the end of this activity, by playing this game, what we are hoping that you will be able to examine your own views. You'll be able to appreciate how circumstances, experiences, and social constructs affect individuals and cultural norms that are related to SRH. And hopefully, we are also able to provide some information about WHO standard recommendations, as well as link to important documents that may be helpful for you for SRH. How to play the game. And these are all instructions on the game website. So you can see that it tells you how to play the game. I'll show you with one question without creating a bias for the game itself and encourage everybody to play themselves. You'll see now that first in this game, there is a line in the middle and you have to choose, depending on whether you agree or disagree, which side to go. But before we start playing the game itself, there is always a background information that you need to fill. So for example, I will fill mine here. You can fill yours as a student. You can fill yours as other. It asks you for your date of birth so that we can know what is the average age of the population that is playing. This game will be available in all the countries of the WHO Southeast Asia region, but specifically for India and starting with you all today, we will be playing the game. The first thing that you have to do in the game, I think, which is also the most interesting part of the game, in line with the recent updates of metaverse, etc., you have to choose your avatar. So basically what it does is that in this entire game, your avatar will play the game for you. So you can choose the style of hair you want. So for example, I can take long hair, short hair. I usually like straight hair. You can use the color of your hair that you would like, basic clothes, whether you, and these are very simple changes just to make sure that people are interested and they are able to relate to their own avatars, and they are simple, but they are whatever you would like them to be. All right, so you can even upload your own photographs so that in case you want your picture to play the game, you can do that. But avatar is there so that there is no bias. And I'll show you once you play the game.
Cross the line if you believe that women are more emotional than men.
So basically, the premise of the game is that your avatar is here. You can agree or disagree with the statement. You have about 2 minutes to choose. What I'll do is, so for example, there are 20 such questions that will be played throughout the game, and you have to choose whether you agree or you disagree. So for example, I disagree with the statement, so I will use the arrow key to go to the goalpost. because I disagree with the statement. Once you disagree with the statement, you have to record why did you agree or disagree. So for example, in this context, I disagreed with the statement. I can either choose an answer, or if I want, you can even write your answer here. Once you select your experience, after this is just for demo right now, so that I don't create a bias in your choices. It tells you there's a referee that comes because it's a football field, and it tells you about what is the WHO recommendation for that particular question. And with that, we go on and go forth for 20 such questions. At any point in the game, you can stop playing, you can pause your game.
Cross the line if you believe that it is okay to slap a woman when she has done something wrong.
So similarly, there are about 20 questions. They come. You can play the game at any point. You can pause the game at any point. You can turn the sound off. You can repeat the game. This way, and I don't want to create a bias, so I'll stop the game here. This game will be live starting February 2022. Similarly, there is one more game. It is called Personal Compass. Based on the same premise, you have to choose whether you agree or disagree, or strongly agree or strongly disagree with statements. The whole idea, like I said earlier, with these games is to, at your own convenience, at your own pace, you can play the game to see whether there are some statements that you might agree with, but the global standard may be different. There are some things that the global standard might say something, and your own views might be aligned with that. So with this, at the end of it, a PDF report card will be generated that you can either compare with your friends, you can play, you can take it to classrooms, or you can simply do it as a group activity in your own trainings and sessions. So that's the idea of the game. We are working with TNAI, and hopefully we will be taking it up further this year to launch the entire module, which is, like I said, Safe Abortion Values, Evidence, Rights, Respect, which is a larger, longer training. But these games are part of the training, and these games are supposed to help us to understand what our own views and biases, etc., are related to safe abortion. And these are not just safe abortion, these are related to gender, these are related to social norms, these are related to services, who can provide services, who should provide services, and all standard recommendations or globally accepted statements for each of these, along with reading materials, are available once the referee comes. And that's the game. And I'd be happy to take any questions or any follow-up that is there for this. Thank you very much.
The purpose of these games is to try an innovative way to check our values and address our biases. This is the first of its kind effort anywhere on the world, and your participation and feedback is important for WHO India. Thank you, Dr. Pushpa and Dr. Priya, for the interesting game. What are the activities of Student Nurses Association of India? It's from professional, educational, social, cultural, and recreational spheres. So to entertain all the viewers, we have cultural programs from various state SNAI units.
आयो त महाबाहु महुर स्थलमा आरक्ताय त कञ्जलोचनम् आरक्ताय त कञ्जलोचनम् युगं पीताम्बरं सुन्दरं सुन्दरं मुक्ता हीरक हे महार बलयालङ्कार कान्ति दुतिमा कृष्णं शारद चन्द्र चन्द्र सदृशं 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 हृद पङ्कजे
नंदलाला कन्हैया सूर्य बंसी बजैया नंदलाला कन्हैया सूर्य बंसी बजैया नंदलाला कन्हैया मोहे मोहे ऐसे नहीं छेड़ा सारे सुन सुन मासे नहीं खेलदा रे जाके यशोदा से कह दूंगी रे कान्हा सो जा सदा ओ कान्हा सो जा जरा लुक छुप के तकियों ना मोही कान्हा सो जा जरा कान्हा सो जा जरा नैनों से न छोना मोही कान्हा सो जा जरा कान्हा सो जा जरा कान्हा सो जा जरा कान्हा सो जा सुनी जो तेरी मुरली चले 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 प्रिया बोली गाते रही ले लो तेरी हुई चढ़ गई तेरी
Thank you for your wonderful performance. We are starting with our first competition of the day, e-scientific paper presentation. I request the moderator of the session, Mrs. Swapna Joshi, National Vice President, West Region, to take over the program.
Greetings of the day. Welcome to TNAI SNAI 29th National Biennial E-Conference Scientific Paper Presentation Session. TNAI has given the topic that is COVID appropriate behavior, and we have received around 14 scientific papers throughout India from different states. And the 3 best papers were selected, and these 3 students will get an opportunity to present their study through this e-conference. I take this opportunity to congratulate and appreciate all the students who have participated, as well as their teachers who must have guided them and supported them. Dear students, last 2 years, we are challenged by COVID-19, and each and every day, we are fighting with the various battles. And I'm sure we are going to win a war. And I'm also sure that these studies will bring a lot of results which will motivate other students, as well as understanding COVID appropriate behavior. Many times we think that we have taught to the people, but whether they are practicing it, how much awareness is there, whether I can stop teaching them, whether I should supervise them, and so on. So let us take an opportunity to listen to them. So hereby, I invite Mrs. Astha Negi from Army College of Nursing Hospital, Delhi, to present her scientific paper. Astha, please.
So, masked up faces, sanitizers in your pocket, following social distancing, these are the things not bizarre now, they are norms these days. Of course, how important it is to follow COVID appropriate behavior, the rise in number of cases we can see daily is a very suggestive idea. Today, I, Nursing Cadet Astha Negi from Army Hospital R&R, 4th year BSc Honours Nursing student, is going to present research paper on COVID appropriate behavior. Introducing my topic. In the blink of an eye, half of the globe's population was clenched by the deadly claws of crown-shaped organism of size 0.1 micrometer. These are the numbers of cases in 2021, and certainly they are increasing. The socio-economic division in India faded overnight, and due to lack of research and knowledge regarding COVID-appropriate behavior, entire country, not just entire country, but world has to suffer great loss in man and material. Coming to my problem statement. A study to assess the knowledge and reported practice of COVID-appropriate behavior among the population of a selected urban community in Delhi. Review of literature. It was taken from a community-based study conducted by Birhanu Gutu and Janine Lagese on assessment of preventive behavior associated factors towards COVID-19 in Ethiopia, and it showed that only 10.7 participants out of 634 displayed good preventive behavior of COVID-19. Please mark my words, good preventive behavior. Respondents who used social media were found to have more information as compared to those who did not. Operational definition used in my research paper. Knowledge. In this research, knowledge is defined as information provided by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Practice. It is the practice of COVID appropriate behavior as given in the guidelines provided by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. COVID appropriate behavior. In this research, it is according to the guidelines provided by the booklet of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Methodology followed in my research work. Approach. Descriptive approach was used to keep in view the objectives of the study. Research design and method. Quantitative survey design was used. Structured interview technique via enumerator, the questionnaire was administered. Sampling technique, convenient sampling technique was used for the collection of data from 200 participants. A prior hand permission was taken from Chief District Medical Officer of the local area to conduct the study. Coming to variables, dependent variables used in my study were knowledge and reported practice, and COVID appropriate behavior was an independent variable. Coming to criteria, inclusion criteria, population between of age group 5 to 85 years residing in Southwest Delhi. And exclusion criteria, all healthcare professionals, paramedics and associated healthcare workers were excluded from the study. So this is the sample size calculation formula that was used to calculate the size of the sample, and it was taken from a prior study. Coming to data interpretation, the table displays the demographic data. Demographic variables that we studied were age, sex, comorbidities, vaccination status, educational status, and type of family. So as you can see that 44.5%, that is the maximum percentage, were from 21 to 36 years of age group. 54% of males participated in the study and 46% were females. Participants out of 200, 36.5% had comorbidities and 63.5% said that they do not have comorbidities. 76% were vaccinated, 24% were illiterate, and 51% had done intermediate. 20.5% were graduate. 42.5% belonged to joint family and 57% belonged to nuclear family. Coming to data findings, study revealed that 100% of participants had heard of COVID-19, while only 85.5% had knowledge that it spreads through air. 86.5% agreed that maintaining environmental hygiene plays an important role in reducing the transmission of virus. 43% knew that social distancing is to be followed in public, while only 25% of these practiced the norm. 66% of the sample population reported the practice of doing namaste to greet people. 13% verbalized the practice of shaking hands during pandemic. 81% of population had knowledge that masks should be changed or washed on daily basis, while 65% reported practicing the same. Knowledge regarding importance of hand hygiene was known by 92% of population, but only 59.5% reported that they frequently wash their hands. 40% of respondents attended social gathering in last 1 month. Now, this is the pie chart depicting knowledge about mandatory social distancing. 43% verbalized that 6 feet is the mandatory social distancing. 36% verbalized it is 3 feet, and 21% answered it is 1 feet. Coming to reported practice about frequency of washing mask, 81% of the population said that they wash their mask daily. 17% said that they wash their mask weekly. Data depicting knowledge about source of COVID spread. 85% verbalized that it spreads through air. 11% verbalized that it spreads through food. Knowledge about importance of hand hygiene during COVID pandemic. 92% of the population verbalized that it prevents transmission of COVID virus. 5% didn't know, and 3% said that it has no importance at all. Knowledge about common signs and symptoms of COVID-19. So this is the bar graph depicting 84.5% verbalized that fever, cough, and difficulty in breathing are the main signs and symptoms. 0.5% verbalized that it is abdominal pain, and 3% reported that it is constipation. Now coming to, these are the bar graph regarding practices among selected, regarding the practices followed by the participants. Frequency of washing hands. 54.5% verbalized that they wash their hands frequently. 36.5% verbalized the right manner to cough and sneeze, that they cough and sneeze in open space. 40% of the population attended social gathering, and 75.5% reported that what is the correct method of taking the mask out. It is by grasping from ear loop. Now coming to discussion. As we all can see that there was significant difference in knowledge about COVID appropriate behavior and reported practice. Although the knowledge and reported practice of majority of population were encouraging, but still there is a need for long-term educational intervention, especially in case of knowledge and reported practice of hand washing. Recommendation: study with large number of population can be done to ascertain the COVID appropriate behavior and reported practice. Observational method can be used to assess the COVID appropriate behavior amongst the masses to bring about more transparency in result. And incentive-based plan to maximize the practice regarding COVID behavior. Concluding my topic, COVID-19 pandemic has become the most common distressing factor globally. The enormous changes this pandemic has brought in all aspects of an individual life is impactful for a long time to come. A phase of despair and followed hope and casual behavior when vaccines came into foray was seen. Nevertheless, the anxiety about unknown facts and fears about the unpredictable disease looms large on humanity. The only way to combat this is to have scientific knowledge about correct COVID appropriate behavior that is to be followed stringently. These are the references used for preparation. So, acknowledgement. My sincere gratitude towards organizing committee for giving me the golden opportunity to conduct the research. I'm highly indebted to my principal, Colonel Rekha Bhattacharya, College of Nursing, Army Hospital, R&R. It would not be possible without her kind support and proper guidance. Special heartfelt gratitude to my guiding light, Lieutenant Colonel Regina Enoch, Lecturer, College of Nursing, Army Hospital, R&R. My ever-constant source of support and knowledge, Lieutenant Colonel Nisa Gopidas, Lieutenant Colonel Manju Lakshmi, Lieutenant Colonel Ramlan Moy, Lieutenant Colonel Sunita, Major Merin Uthup, Major Gigi Rajiv. I would also appreciate my team and my course mates, without whom the research study would not be in this shape. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you, Asta. I appreciate your efforts, and I'm sure that everybody will agree that significant difference is there in knowledge and practice. Many times we observe that knowledge may be there, but actually we don't see they are practicing the behavior. So it requires long-term intervention. So that is the nutshell I would like to say about her study. We have another student, Divya Sridharan. She's from St. John's College of Nursing, Bengaluru, Karnataka. I request her to present her paper. A very good evening to all the dignitaries present, respected teachers, and my dear friends. I am Divya Sridharan, fourth year BSc Nursing student, hereby representing St. John's College of Nursing, Bengaluru at the Biennial e-paper conference. I would like to thank the entire SNAI team on behalf of our college for giving us this prestigious opportunity to be a part of SNAI Biennial e-conference presentation. Moving on to the paper presentation, the title of the study, Prevalence of COVID-appropriate behavior among general public. Introduction. Coronavirus disease is a contagious disease caused by SARS-CoV-2, first identified in Wuhan. The WHO declared it as public health emergency of international concern on 30th January 2020. It was declared as a pandemic on 11th March 2020. WHO announced COVID-19 as the name of this new disease on 11th February 2020. It was transmitted through respiratory droplet and direct contact. Need for the study. The need for maintaining COVID-appropriate behavior, such as use of face mask, washing hands with soap and water, social distancing, were enforced by the government in order to prevent and control the disease. A cross-sectional study in India on public awareness in preventing the spread of COVID-19 among 21,406 adult participants by extensive survey method revealed that the level of public awareness is inadequate in India and there is a need to extend the knowledge among individuals. The government had taken many initiatives like Karnataka Epidemic Disease Act 2020, which was brought into force on 24th March 2020, that imposed fine upon violating COVID-appropriate behavior, awareness through mass media, personal health checkup through apps, etc. Improving the knowledge, attitude, and practice of the public regarding COVID-appropriate behavior will ensure control of the spread of disease. We have a diverse population in our country, including the educated and uneducated. It is very important to identify the level of their awareness so as to provide need-based interventions. Hence, the investigator was interested to undertake the study. Significance in nursing. Coronavirus disease, which came as an uninvited guest in the year 2019, has not decided its departure even towards the end of 2021. This has proven that now it's the core responsibility of each citizen to make sure it departs. Now, the virus has turned into a pandemic and its strains are spreading fear across the globe, and we are still in anticipation and preparation for the upcoming wave. Nurses, being the frontline workers, play a vital role in uplifting the society from this crisis. Their roles extend from providing health education, preventing nosocomial infection, appropriate precautions and preparation for patient care, protection of patients with immune deficits, and to provide holistic care. Statement of the problem. A study to assess the awareness on COVID-appropriate behavior among general public visiting a selected hospital, Bengaluru. Objectives of the study. There are two objectives. The first one, to assess the awareness on COVID-appropriate behavior among general public. The second one is to determine the association between awareness on COVID-appropriate behavior with selected baseline variables. Hypothesis. There will be a significant association between awareness on COVID-appropriate behavior with selected baseline variables at 0.05 level of significance. Projected outcome. The findings of study will reveal the existing awareness regarding COVID-appropriate behavior, and it will serve as a base for development of a customized awareness program for the public. Assumption. The study assumes that the subjects may have some knowledge on COVID-appropriate behavior. Delimitation. The study was limited to subjects attending the outpatient department of single tertiary care hospital, Bengaluru. Research methodology. Research approach and design. Quantitative research approach and descriptive survey design was used. Accessible population, all the patients and their attenders coming to the outpatient department of the hospital. Setting. The setting of the study was a tertiary care hospital with 1,350 beds and an average outpatient turnover of around 2,000 per day. Sampling technique and sample size. Convenient sampling technique was used with a sample size of 100. Tool. The tool consisted of two sections, section 1 and section 2. The section 1 was pro forma to elicit baseline variables, and section 2 was structured questionnaire to assess the awareness on COVID-appropriate behavior, consisting of 20 items. Data collection. Data was collected after obtaining administrative permission and ethical clearance from ethics committee. Information sheet was given and informed consent was obtained. Baseline variables were obtained using pro forma, and awareness was elicited using structured questionnaire. Data analysis. Baseline variables are represented in the form of frequency and percentages. The awareness has been presented as the mean, range, standard deviation, and mean percentage. Inferential statistics such as chi-square and Fisher-Exact was used to determine the association of COVID-appropriate behavior with selected baseline variables. Outcome. Assessment of awareness on COVID-appropriate behavior for development of customized awareness program. Result. The table shows frequency and percentage distribution of baseline variables. Age, 73% of the subjects belong to the age group of 18 to 38 years and 4% belong to the age group of 59 to 78 years. Gender, 65% of the subjects were males and 35% were females. Education, 52% were graduates and 7% went only to primary school. Occupation, 42% were skilled workers and 15% were semi-skilled workers. Residents, 67% were urban and 43% were from rural population. Type of family, 47% belong to the joint family and 46% belong to nuclear family. Annual income, 65% of the subjects had an annual income greater or equal to 19,516 and 35% had an annual income below 19,560. Previous history of COVID, 90% of the subjects had no previous history of COVID and 10% had previous history of COVID. Comorbidities, 93% had no comorbidities while 7% had comorbidities. Source of information, 38% of the subjects relied on television as a source of information and only 17% relied on newspaper as a source of information. Section 2, that is overall awareness on COVID appropriate behavior among general public. The table shows that overall mean awareness of the subject is 16.54 plus or minus 2.39 with a mean percentage of 82.7%. Hence, there is good awareness on the COVID appropriate behavior. Level of awareness, the score was arbitrarily classified into good awareness, moderate awareness and poor awareness. The bar diagram shows the percentage on level of awareness, wherein the figure shows that 73% of the subjects had good awareness, while 3% of them had poor awareness regarding COVID appropriate behavior. Domain-wise awareness on COVID appropriate behavior. The bar diagram shows the awareness regarding domain-wise COVID appropriate behavior, wherein the subjects majority, that is 100%, were aware of washing hands with soap and water. 98% were aware of maintaining social distancing. 92% were aware of respiratory hygiene. 89% were aware about using hand sanitizer. 86% were aware on avoiding spitting in public. 78% were aware of using personal protective equipments. 75% were aware about avoiding travel, and only 40% were aware on protection from COVID vaccine. Section 3, that is association between awareness baseline variables. The table shows that there was association only between awareness and type of family and annual income. Findings related to overall awareness of COVID appropriate behavior. In the present study, the overall mean awareness of the subject is 16.54 plus or minus 2.39 with a mean percentage of 82.7%. Only 3% had poor awareness, however, 73% had good awareness. And the domain-wise data shows that the subjects 100% had complete awareness on hand hygiene, while only 40% had awareness that COVID vaccine gives protection. The present study shows statistical significant association between awareness and type of family, as members of nuclear family devotes more time among themselves and mostly remain protected. There is also a significant association between awareness and annual income. It justifies that increased income leads to increased socioeconomic status and better living conditions, thus leading to better awareness. Related study. The findings were similar to a related cross-sectional study conducted online among the Indian society that showed 505, that is 96.7%, were aware of hand hygiene. 515, that is 98.6%, maintained social distancing, and 510, that is 97%, felt the need for wearing masks. Implications of the study. The study can be implied for nursing education, nursing practice, nursing administration, and nursing research. In nursing education, the findings of the study throws light on need for a customized health education program by nursing students. In nursing practice, the findings of the study emphasizes on the core responsibility of the nurse to include health teaching as part of care for patients and the general public. In nursing administration, the findings of the study emphasized on the need to make pamphlets, information leaflets, and posters to be made available in the different inpatient and outpatient areas. In nursing research, the findings will serve as a database for developing teaching modules and to take up further studies in similar areas. Recommendations. A study can be undertaken to evaluate the effectiveness of awareness program on COVID appropriate behavior. A study can be undertaken to observe the actual practice of COVID appropriate behavior. A study can be undertaken to compare practice of COVID appropriate behavior among different strata. Conclusion. The study findings has thrown light on the existing overall awareness where 73% of the subjects had good awareness, 24% had moderate awareness, and only 3% of them had poor awareness. The study has also concluded that there is a need to provide tailored health education and to observe the practices of the population so as to eliminate practices inappropriate to COVID appropriate behavior. The co-investigators, bibliography. Thank you. I would like to thank each one of you for your patient listening. Thank you. Thank you, Divya. I appreciate your efforts, and we agree that there is still a high awareness among people, but we still need to provide education and continue to observe the practices. Here we have our third students, Athira Rajan from Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church, College of Nursing, Kolancheri, Kerala. I request her to present her paper.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Athira Rajan, fourth year BSc Nursing student from MRC College of Nursing, Ernakulam District, Kerala. Today, I'm here to present my scientific paper titled Prevalence of COVID-Appropriate Behavior and its Related Factors Among General Public Residing in Central Kerala. Background of the problem. The world is being challenged by COVID-19 outbreak that results in a universal concern and economical hardship. It is a leading public health emergency across the globe in general and developing countries in particular. Strengthening good preventive behavior is the best way to tackle this pandemic. In India, to a great extent, these COVID-appropriate behavioral changes are attributed to the combination of health promotional activities, motivational efforts, and enforcement of regulations by the government of India. Moving on to the need and significance of the study. Although these are various enactments and regulations in place to implement the measures, largely these are the measures to be adopted voluntarily. Individual differences have been reported regarding behavioral adherence to preventive measures worldwide. Understanding such differences at the interpersonal level is used to improve the adherence to COVID-appropriate behavior. Studies in other countries had shown poor adherence to precautionary measures. Though there are varying reports of adherence to these measures from North India, little is not about from the South Indian states. It is timely and imperative to assess people's level of adherence to standard precaution measures in order to plan and implement effective risk communication programs at state and local level. Therefore, this study was conducted to assess prevalence of COVID-appropriate behavior and its related factors among general public in Kerala, a South Indian state. Research objectives and hypothesis. Objectives. The first objective, to determine the prevalence of COVID-appropriate behavior among general public. Second objective, to determine the demographic factors associated with the COVID-appropriate behavior among general public. Hypothesis, HA1, there is significant association between COVID-appropriate behavior and selected demographic variables. Operational definitions. Here, the prevalence, COVID-appropriate behavior, and general public were operationally defined. Prevalence refers to the measure of COVID-appropriate behavior in general public at the time of data collection as measured by COVID-appropriate behavior scale. COVID-appropriate behavior refers to the way in which an individual acts by adopting a number of strategies, including frequent hand hygiene, maintaining physical distancing, use of face masks, cough etiquettes, avoid greetings through physical contacts, avoid spitting and urination at public places, refrain from gatherings, and avoiding outside food to prevent the COVID-19 pandemic infection as measured by structured COVID-appropriate behavior scale. General public refers to the adults above the age of 18 years residing in Central Kerala. Review of literature, it is classified under the headings prevalence of COVID-appropriate behavior and the factors related to COVID-appropriate behavior. Moving on to the review of literature, Kumar A. and Praveena PK has been conducted a study on adherence to COVID-19 appropriate behavior among small-scale workers in unorganized sector in Rajasthan by applying health belief model and generalized social beliefs. The major findings of the study was adherence to all COVID-appropriate behavior measures was 15%, and it was not found to be associated with age, gender, education level, residence, and occupation. The most common practiced COVID-appropriate measure was face cover with a percentage of 57.8, followed by hand washing with a percentage of 43.75. And the conclusion was the adherence to COVID-appropriate behavior was low among small-scale workers in unorganized sector. It is pivotal to consider the community's perceived susceptibility, severity, cynicism, benefit, barrier, cue to action, and reward for application to improve the adherence towards COVID-appropriate behavior. Next, Guttu B had conducted a study on the assessment of preventive behavior and associated factors towards COVID-19 in Kilam Velaga song, Oromia, Ethiopia, a community-based cross-sectional study. And the major findings of the study was only 68, about 10.7% of the participants showed good preventive behavior for COVID-19. Respondents with sufficient knowledge about the COVID-19 were about 2 times more likely to exercise good preventive behavior compared to those with insufficient knowledge. And the respondents who used the social media as a source of information were more than 2 times more likely to have good preventive behavior compared to those who did not. And the conclusion was that adoptions of COVID-19 preventive behavior in the study population is very low. Risk communication activities should be strengthened through effective community engagement to stop the transmission of the disease. Next, Perota D, Grow A, and Rump Aso had conducted a study on behaviors and attitude in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, insights from a cross-national Facebook survey. And the major findings of the study was, although personal threat perceptions were comparatively low, all respondents significantly increased hand hygiene. Women showed higher threat perceptions, lower confidence in the healthcare system, and were more likely to adopt the preventive behaviors. Older people perceived higher threat to themselves, while all respondents were strongly concerned about the family. The conclusion was that rapid population surveys conducted via Facebook allowed monitoring behavioral changes, adoption of protective measures, and compliance with the recommended practices. As the pandemic progresses, timely insights from the behavior and attitudinal data are crucial to guide the decision-making process. Next, Ferozbak M and Omidwar S had conducted a study on COVID-19 preventive behaviors and influencing factors in the Iranian population, a web-based survey. And the major findings were significant relationship between gender and hand-washing behavior with the p-values equal to 0.006 and the use of mask and gloves with a p-value less than 0.001 was observed. Results showed that wearing gloves had a significant relation with educational status with the p-values equal to 0.029 and the economic status with p is equal to 0.011. Wearing mask had a significant relationship with the economic status of p-values equal to 0.032. Overall, women had a better preventive behavior. And the conclusion was that 50% of the population has not taken the main preventive behaviors like hand washing, wearing mask, and gloves seriously. The preventive behaviors have a significant relation with some socio-demographic characteristics. Now, moving on to the research methodology, the research approach used was the quantitative approach. Research design was a web-based survey, population, adults above the age of 18 years residing in central Kerala, and the sampling technique used was convenient sampling. For the sample size estimation, the sample size equation used was based upon the estimation of proportion, and we got the required sample size to be 381. And the sample and sample size we used was 387 adults who participated in the web-based survey. The sampling criteria, it involves the individuals above the age of 18 years, individuals who are able to read, write and understand Malayalam, and familiar with social media use, especially the WhatsApp, and the individuals who are residing in central Kerala. Moving on to the table, showing the tools and techniques. Tool 1 is the socio-demographic performer having 9 items with a content validity index of 1, and tool 2 showing the COVID appropriate behavior scale having 10 items with a content validity index of 0.9 with a reliability Cronbach alpha is equal to 0.9 and the scoring ranging from 0 to 40, and as a score increases, COVID appropriate behavior increases. Moving on to the data collection procedure, we posted an online survey form in the social media along with the consent form. About 387 individuals participated in the survey, and the data was collected using a web-based survey using the tools Structured Socio-Demographic Performer and COVID Appropriate Behavior Scale, and the time taken to fill up the form was approximately 10 minutes by each subject. Ethical consideration. Ethical clearance certificate was obtained from the IEC MOIC Medical College Hospital, Kolanjeri. Informed consent was obtained from the subjects. Confidentiality and anonymity were maintained. Moving on to the analysis, the categorical data was summarized as frequency and percentage. The COVID appropriate behavior was summarized under median and IQR as the data did not follow normality assumption. The factors associated with the COVID appropriate behavior was summarized under simple logistic regression. Data were analyzed using R software, and the p-value less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. Moving on to the result, the prevalence of COVID appropriate behavior among the study participants. Here, about 95.09% of the population had maintained social distancing and also worn the mask properly while going outside. But it has been found that only 21.7% of the population had avoided sharing the pen and other articles with others. Now, moving on to the median and IQR of the COVID appropriate behavior, the median was 35 and IQR 33-38. Now, moving on to the table, showing the factors related to the COVID appropriate behavior of the subjects. In this, about 65.12% has been come under the age group of greater than 35 years. About 55.04% of the population had an educational status of degree and above. About 60.21% of the population were employed. About 80.1% of the population were belonging to APL category. About 88.11% were living under the Panchayat. About 50.65% of the individual have been attended to the COVID prevention awareness program. About 62.53% of the population had a perception towards a COVID-19 infection as not severe. About 99.48% of the population has been vaccinated, and 75.45% of the population do not have a previous history of COVID-19 infection. So the major findings of the study was the median and IQR score of the COVID appropriate behavior was 35 and 33-30 respectively among the participants. The most prevalent COVID appropriate behavior were proper wearing of mask with a percentage of 95.09, maintaining social distancing with a percentage of 95.09, covering nose and mouth while sneezing and coughing with a percentage of 94.83, and using sanitizers while going out of home with a percentage of 92.5. But only 74.68% practice cleaning hands before touching eyes and nose, and surprisingly, it was noted that only 21.7% of the respondents avoided sharing pen and other articles with others. Simple logistic regression analysis shows that respondents who did not have the history of COVID infection were about 1.65 times more likely to exercise COVID appropriate behavior compared to those with a positive history of COVID infection with a p-value is equal to 0.013. And those who had attended the COVID prevention awareness sections adhered to the COVID appropriate behavior 0.9 times more as compared to those who did not with a p-value less than 0.001. Moving on to the summary, the overall COVID appropriate behaviors were high among the participants. Although the main COVID preventive behaviors like the wearing of masks, maintaining social distancing, covering nose and mouth while sneezing and coughing, and using sanitizers while going out of home were found to be high. More than a quarter did not practice cleaning hands before touching eyes and nose, and only a few avoided sharing pen and other articles with others, putting them at risk of contracting infection. Respondents who, without a history of COVID infection and those who had attended the COVID prevention awareness section adhered to the COVID appropriate behavior more as compared to their counterpart. Moving on to the conclusion of the study, adoptions of the COVID appropriate behavior in the study population was found to be high. However, the lacunae exists in the certain COVID appropriate behavior need to be reinforced through appropriate stakeholder involvement and prompt corrective actions at the community level. There is an urgent need to create an enabling environment to support and sustain the COVID-19 appropriate behaviors to reap the maximum benefits out of them. Sustaining these appropriate behaviors is also important considering the possibility of the advent of the third wave of COVID-19 in the near future. Kerala model risk communication activities can be implemented and strengthened through effective community engagement to slow down and stop the transmission of the disease in other states also. And these were the references that we used. Acknowledgement, we thank our teachers, our institution, the participants and the organizers of the event for this opportunity. Thank you all.
Yes, there is a good adoption to COVID appropriate behavior and it is increased, but we need to continue and maintain such behavior throughout our life. So what we have seen today, these students have presented the 3 scientific papers related to COVID appropriate behavior. And what do we see is overall, even though the knowledge is good, awareness is good, but still we need to observe their practices and continue to intervene and keep on insisting to continue this COVID appropriate behavior. Then only in future, I'm sure that, as I said earlier, we will win the war. Thank you very much, all dear students, for your efforts in conducting the small study, and I'm sure you must have learned a lot. So I appreciate all of you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. And the winners of the paper presentation will be announced tomorrow during the prize distribution ceremony. Thank you. We saw many dance performances. Let's have a change. Let's enjoy a poem from SNAI Uttarakhand State Branch, followed by a beautiful solo dance. Let's enjoy.
नमस्कार। चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए इसे जाने न देंगे, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए इसे जाने न देंगे, जी जान लगा देंगे इसे रोने न देंगे। इसके बिना पूरी दुनिया रुक जाएगी, इसके बिना पूरी इंसानियत मिट जाएगी। अपना जीवन जीने की हकदार है वो, अपना जीवन जीने की हकदार है वो, इस दुनिया नाम के रंगमंच की सबसे खूबसूरत किरदार है वो, सबसे खूबसूरत किरदार है वो। नमस्कार, मैं वर्षा जोशी, बेसिक बीएससी नर्सिंग, सुरसिंगधार नई टिहरी की प्रथम वर्ष की छात्रा, आप सभी के समक्ष सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत एक कविता लेकर प्रस्तुत हुई हूँ, जिसका शीर्षक है कलयुग। मैं भोर कली जो सांझ तक हर रोज कुचल दी जाती थी, पागलपन के पांव तले बेखौफ मसल दी जाती थी। कल तक मैंने माना था कि भ्रूण हत्या पाप है, भारत माँ के माथे पर यह बहुत बड़ा अभिशाप है। पर अब ऐसा लगता है कि उस बाप ने उपकार किया था जिसने अपनी बेटी को कोख में ही मार दिया था, वरना किसी चौराहे पर गर्म खून से सन जाती दूसरी निर्भया गुड़िया या फिर दामिनी बन जाती वो, दूसरी निर्भया गुड़िया या फिर दामिनी बन जाती वो। ये आवाज सुनी है क्या इस देश के बहरे कानों ने, ये आवाज सुनी है क्या इस देश के बहरे कानों ने, विधानसभा खुदाओं या फिर लोकसभा भगवानों ने। ये आवाज सुनी है क्या किसी कवि लेखक या अखबारों ने, नारी के मतदान से जीती निर्वाचित सरकारों ने। इंडिया गेट भी जवान खून में उबाल मांगता है, मोमबत्ती नहीं हाथ में मशाल मांगता है। जब यह कविता पढ़ रही हूं नेत्र मेरे लाल है, उन्नाव की जली लाश का जलता हुआ सवाल है। अबलाओं की चीखें हैं ये उत्तेजित रंगरलियों से, बोल रही है प्रियंका रेड्डी हैदराबाद की गलियों से। कठुआ की वो छोटी बच्ची भूखी कुछ हया की है। इन घटनाओं पर नजर झुकाए देश अगर शर्मिंदा है, कोई अदालत अब ये बताए क्यों कातिल अभी भी जिंदा है, क्यों कातिल अभी भी जिंदा है। लगता है पौरुषता हारी ठंडे इस परिवेश में, रावण जिंदा कंस भी जिंदा राम कृष्ण के देश में। देश पूरा दहल उठा है पापियों के ताप से, द्रौपदी के केश पूछे आज भीम आपसे। मौन क्यों यूं बैठे हैं आप पाप के परिवेश में, दुशासन ही दुशासन है आज भारत देश में, दुशासन ही दुशासन है आज भारत देश में। अरे पांचाली के अपमानों का पुनः निदान कीजिए, पांचाली के अपमानों का पुनः निदान कीजिए। भीमसेन वक्ष फाड़ रक्तपान कीजिए, भीमसेन वक्ष फाड़ रक्तपान कीजिए। एक माता रो रही है, बाप भी बेनूर है। न्याय व्यवस्था आज इस निर्णय पर क्यों मजबूर है? हाँ, न्याय व्यवस्था आज इस निर्णय पर क्यों मजबूर है? हाँ, मांग कलम की दर्दनाक पर अपराधी भी तो पत्थर है, मांग कलम की दर्दनाक पर अपराधी भी तो पत्थर है। ये हादसा कत्ल की परिभाषा से भी बदतर है, ये हादसा कत्ल की परिभाषा से भी बदतर है। हुक्मरानों दुष्कर्मियों को एक बार तो झटका दो, हुक्मरानों दुष्कर्मियों को एक बार तो झटका दो। 4 लफंगों के शीश काटकर लाल किले पर लटका दो, 4 लफंगों के शीश काटकर लाल किले पर लटका दो। धन्यवाद।
Thank you for your wonderful performances. We are moving on to the last competition of the day, e-poster competition. We received many e-posters from the various institutions and the state branches in India. And the participants are Thank you for the participation. The winners of this competition will be announced tomorrow, and all the very best to all the participants. It's not the end. We have few more cultural programs from Telangana, Himachal, and Maharashtra state SNAI units. Watch and enjoy.
Like that.
गाई तुझ देऊळ सजतई गुल्लाले डोंगरा पालखीला नाचिन गुलाल उरवू सैताचे महिन्या देऊळ साजतई गुल्लाले डोंगरान ग गुल्लाले डोंगरान पालखीला नाचिन गुलाल उरवून चैताचे महिन्यान ग चैताचे महिन्यान ग आई तुझं देऊळ साजतई गुल्लाले डोंगरान ग गुल्लाले डोंगरान पालखीला नाचिन गुलाल उरवून चैताचे
Thank you.
we are finishing the programs of the day 1 of SNAI National Biennial Conference. We will meet you tomorrow by 10 a.m. with more performances and competitions. Also, we wish to remind all the viewers about the most exciting online quiz competition. It will be on tomorrow and don't miss it. We assure all of you that it will be a different experience. Don't miss it. Signing off for now and hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
To the Student Nurses Association of India, marching ahead with commitment and dedication towards centenary. The SNAI is a nationwide association of nursing students functioning under the umbrella of TNAI. It was established in 1929 during TNAI annual conference at Madras. Ms. L. Rina Jeans, Nursing Superintendent of General Hospital Madras, was instrumental in forming SNAI in 1929. It is remarkable that the growth of the SNAI units has been persistent ever since inception. SNAI celebrated its silver, diamond, and platinum jubilee, now marching towards celebration of centenary in 2029. Currently, SNAI has more than 1 lakh student nurses as members and over 1,000 SNAI units. The objectives of SNAI are to uphold the dignity of the profession, to promote team spirit, to develop professional ethics, to gain positive attitude towards the nursing profession, to develop leadership quality and effective communication skills for overall development, to participate and compete in various events at state, regional, and national conferences. Management of SNAI. The National Council of TNAI is the governing body of the Student Nurses Association of India. The National President of the TNAI is the President of SNAI. It has 2 committees, that is, General Committee of SNAI and SNAI General Body. The SNAI General Body of the national level consists of members of SNAI General Committee, 3 representatives of each unit, viz. SNAI Vice President, SNAI Secretary, and SNAI Advisor, and all the SNAI delegates attending the conference along with 1 A&M student from each state. Functions of SNAI: to organize SNAI biennial conferences, General Committee and General Body meetings, to establish and renew SNAI units, to organize SNAI orientation program for state SNAI office bearers, to motivate state SNAI units, to undertake various projects and observe National Health Days, to encourage students to publish articles, scientific papers in TNAI Nursing Journal of India or TNAI Bulletin, upskilling of nursing students. Activities: the major activities are organizing the SNAI biennial conferences and conducting various competitions. Educational includes scientific paper presentation, poster presentation, essay writing, on-the-spot extempore, quiz competition, SNAI diary competition. In cultural, mono acting, talent night, solo and group, personality contest, Mr. and Miss SNA, sports, 100 meters race, discus throw, javelin throw. In recreational, on-the-spot painting, pencil sketching, flow decoration. SNAI awards. During the national conference, various awards are given to the state branch and units and the students for their outstanding performance. Best SNAI State Branch Award, Best SNAI Unit Award, Individual Performance Award. The best 3 SNAI units based on performance, first, second, and third prize were given. Benefits of SNAI: scholarship to the selected candidates of Rs 24,000 per year. NGI and TNAI bulletin provided to all the SNAI units. 30% discount on purchasing TNAI publications. Disaster relief fund provided to the individual, state, national, and international. Air travel facility for SNAI office bearers. The SNAI membership shall be open to all student nurses of basic programs, A&M, GNM, and basic BSc nursing. Membership can only be effected through SNAI unit of college or institute. No individual student can be enrolled. To form SNAI unit, application shall be made through the principal or nursing head of the institution to the TNAI headquarters. The details regarding the membership can be obtained from the website www.tnaionline.org. Student nurses are the life wire of the association. They are the future leaders of nursing in our country. We expect all the student nurses to enroll the SNAI member and avail the benefits of SNAI.
No woman should die due to an unsafe abortion, and when abortion is provided, it should be given in a legal and evidence-based manner with quality, safety, dignity, and respect. WHO has a toolkit on safe abortion values, evidence, and rights, or WHO Seva, which is a module-based training for doctors, nurses, health providers, program managers, and really anyone to assess our values, address our biases, and learn together to transform our attitudes towards respectful abortion care for anyone who needs it. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we adapted and converted the WHO Seva Toolkit into an innovative, gamified, hybrid version that you can do either in person, online, or as a combination with an expert trainer, or simply by playing one of the standalone games to learn from the comfort of your home. Seva has 4 modules: Engage, Inform, Explore, and Equip. In the Engage module, participants review recent media stories from the country about gender, unintended pregnancy, the realities of safe and unsafe abortion, and juxtapose these with the global standard definitions. In the Inform module, participants share and discuss background information on SRHR, on safety of legal abortion, contraceptive prevalence, abortion incidence and safety, abortion law and safety, and achieving reproductive rights in the global and regional or local context. In the Explore module, participants will play various games and watch videos relating to gender, safe abortion, preventing unwanted pregnancy, explore social norms and values, and consider how these may be rooted in stigmatizing attitudes or contribute to stigma from a personal perspective. The Equip module is to promote knowledge of, interest in, and further use of WHO guidelines and tools, with a focus on guidelines and tools relevant to contraception, abortion, and post-abortion care, towards the many steps needed for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as SDGs, building resilient health systems for universal health coverage, or UHC, leaving no one behind. We must remember quality and dignity of care matter as much as saving lives. SAVOR is our small step towards SDGs, starting with ensuring safe abortion is provided with values, evidence, and rights or respect.
We are very much excited to watch the National
SNAI Virtual
Conference Program
2022 and would like to request all our friends to participate and join the conference on 21st and 22nd January 2022. Andariki namaskar.
Andariki namaskar.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Dhanyavad.
Namaskar. Khambagani. Yatume.
Dhanyabanti. Namaste.
Light can be gentle, dangerous, spring-like, harsh, calm and soft. But most importantly, light is good from whatever lamp it shines. It is our privilege and our adventure to discover our own special light. Celebrating 100 years of spreading light, celebrating 100 years of care, of love, of hope and of well-being. Celebrating 100 years of association, celebrating 100 years of the Trained Nurses Association of India. On her feet 24 hours a day, toiling endlessly, giving what comfort she can, caring and nurturing, giving shelter from the storm. Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp, the ministering angel, spread the light of love that still burns bright. Her lasting contribution has been her role in founding the modern nursing profession. She set an example of compassion, commitment to patient care, and diligent and thoughtful hospital administration. Carrying forward the tradition of selfless care and commitment, nurses today are the heartbeat of healthcare, and walking with them at every step and turning point is the Trained Nurses Association of India. A small band of visionary and pioneering women saw the need to develop nursing as a profession. The movement gathered momentum, and in 1908, a decision was taken to establish the Trained Nurses Association with the following objectives: upholding in every way the dignity and honor of the nursing profession, promoting a sense of esprit de corps amongst all nurses, and to advance professional, educational, economic, and general welfare of nurses. Today, TNAI has come a long way. With over 2 lakh nurses, 85,000 student nurses, 5,500 auxiliary nurses, and female health supervisors, TNAI has become a major link between nurses all over the country and abroad. TNAI's activities cover a broad spectrum of healthcare fields, growing by leaps and bounds by the year. In 1994, TNAI undertook the HIV/AIDS project in collaboration with the American Nurses Association. Then, in 2001, a TNAI and UNICEF got together for a project on reproduction child healthcare. In fact, TNAI has been instrumental in launching National Safe Motherhood Day on April 11, 2003, in collaboration with White Ribbon Alliance of India for Safe Motherhood. Besides these, TNAI has collaborated with WHO, SIDA, CEDPA, Indian Red Cross Society, Indian Public Health Association, Indian Leprosy Association, and the International Council of Nurses, to name a few. Another feather to her cap is the Student Nurses Association, established in 1929. The SNAI is a nationwide organization comprising of a vast student nurse members body with a wide variety of activities derived from the professional, social, cultural, and recreational spheres. The Student Nurses Association works in tandem with its mother concern, but towards the growth and propagation of glorious healthcare providers of tomorrow. TNAI is also lending a helping hand to the physical, mental, and emotional health of our senior citizens. An elderly care home and daycare facilities are being set up to meet not merely the physical need of the aged, but their psychosocial and spiritual needs as well. With an eye on the future, the Trained Nurses Association of India is working towards the setting up of a central institute of nursing and research that would coordinate and take forward the excellent efforts of nursing institutions and service centers. The objective of the institute is to take the quality of nurses and nursing skills to ever higher standards with far-reaching impact on overall healthcare available to all in the country. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Through the years, the nursing fraternity has tirelessly, selflessly worked towards that overall well-being. From a small group of determined nurses to today's confident, well-rounded professional body, the nurses of today are raring to go. But the fight for a better tomorrow continues. With pride and honor in their past, self-assurance in the present, they look ahead towards a bright and promising future. After all, she is the hospitality of hospitals, the heartbeat of healthcare. A nurse always gives us hope, an angel with a stethoscope.
In the arms of the angel you find.
Let's join together to celebrate that angel, her many forms, her many faces, her many graces. Let's celebrate 100 glorious years of care, for an angel looks down at us, silently smiling. Let's tell her 100 years have gone by, carrying forward her light. And let's promise her to carry it forward for many, many more centuries to come.
No woman should die due to an unsafe abortion. And when abortion is provided, it should be given in a legal and evidence-based manner with quality, safety, dignity, and respect. WHO has a toolkit on safe abortion values, evidence, and rights, or WHO Seva, which is a module-based training for doctors, nurses, health providers, program managers, and really anyone to assess our values, address our biases, and learn together to transform our attitudes towards respectful abortion care for anyone who needs it. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we adapted and converted the WHO Seva Toolkit into an innovative, gamified, hybrid version that you can do either in person, online, or as a combination with an expert trainer, or simply by playing one of the standalone games to learn from the comfort of your home. Seva has 4 modules: Engage, Inform, Explore, and Equip. In the Engage module, Participants review recent media stories from the country about gender, unintended pregnancy, the realities of safe and unsafe abortion, and juxtapose these with the global standard definitions. In the Inform module, participants share and discuss background information on SRHR, on safety of legal abortion, contraceptive prevalence, abortion incidence and safety, abortion law and safety, and achieving reproductive rights in the global and regional or local context. In the Explore module, participants will play various games and watch videos relating to gender, safe abortion, preventing unwanted pregnancy, explore social norms and values, and consider how these may be rooted in stigmatizing attitudes or contribute to stigma from a personal perspective. The Equip module is to promote knowledge of, interest in, and further use of WHO guidelines and tools, with a focus on guidelines and tools relevant to contraception, abortion, and post-abortion care, towards the many steps needed for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as SDGs, building resilient health systems for universal health coverage, or UHC, leaving no one behind. We must remember quality and dignity of care matter as much as saving lives. SAVOR is our small step towards SDGs, starting with ensuring safe abortion is provided with values, evidence, and rights or respect.
Welcome to the Student Nurses Association of India, marching ahead with commitment and dedication to our centenary. The SNAI is a nationwide association of nursing students functioning under the umbrella of TNAI. It was established in 1929 during TNAI annual conference at Madras. Ms. L. Reena Jeans, Nursing Superintendent of General Hospital Madras, was instrumental in forming SNAI in 1929. It is remarkable that the growth of the SNAI units has been persistent ever since inception. SNAI celebrated its silver, diamond, and platinum jubilee, now marching towards celebration of centenary in 2029. Currently, SNAI has more than 1 lakh student nurses as members and over 1,000 SNAI units. The objectives of SNAI are to uphold the dignity of the profession, to promote team spirit, to develop professional ethics, to gain positive attitude towards the nursing profession, to develop leadership quality and effective communication skills for overall development, to participate and compete in various events at state, regional, and national conferences. Management of SNAI. The National Council of TNAI is the governing body of the Student Nurses Association of India. The National President of the TNAI is the President of SNAI. It has 2 committees, that is, General Committee of SNAI and SNAI General Body. The SNAI General Body of the national level consists of members of SNAI General Committee, 3 representatives of each unit, viz. SNAI Vice President, SNAI Secretary, and SNAI Advisor, and all the SNAI delegates attending the conference along with 1 A&M student from each state. Functions of SNAI: to organize SNAI biennial conferences, general committee and general body meetings, to establish and renew SNAI units, to organize SNAI orientation program for state SNAI office bearers, to motivate state SNAI units, to undertake various projects and observe National Health Days, to encourage students to publish articles, scientific papers in TNAI Nursing Journal of India or TNAI Bulletin, upskilling of nursing students. Activities: the major activities are organizing the SNAI biennial conferences and conducting various competitions. Educational includes scientific paper presentation, poster presentation, essay writing, on-the-spot extempore, quiz competition, SNAI diary competition. In cultural, mono acting, talent night, solo and group, personality contest, Mr. and Miss SNA, sports, 100 meters race, discus throw, javelin throw. In recreational, on-the-spot painting, pencil sketching, flow decoration. SNAI awards. During the national conference, various awards are given to the state branch and units and the students for their outstanding performance. Best SNAI State Branch Award, Best SNAI Unit Award, Individual Performance Award. The best 3 SNAI units based on performance, first, second, and third prize were given. Benefits of SNAI: scholarship to the selected candidates of Rs 24,000 per year. NGI and TNAI Bulletin provided to all the SNAI units. 30% discount on purchasing TNAI publications. Disaster Relief Fund provided to the individual, state, national, and international. Air travel facility for SNAI office bearers. The SNAI membership shall be open to all student nurses of basic programs, A&M, GNM, and basic BSc nursing. Membership can only be effected through SNAI unit of college or institute. No individual student can be enrolled. To form SNAI unit, application shall be made through the principal or nursing head of the institution to the TNAI headquarters. The details regarding the membership can be obtained from the website www.tnaionline.org. Student nurses are the life wire of the association. They are the future leaders of nursing in our country. We expect all the student nurses to enroll the SNAI member and avail the benefits of SNAI.
We are very much excited to watch the National SNAI Virtual Conference Program 2022 and would like to request all our friends to participate and join the conference on 21st and 22nd January 2022.
Andarige namaskar. Andarike namaskar.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Dhanyavad. Namaskar. Khambadeni. Yatme.
ಧನ್ಯವಂತಿ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
Light can be gentle, dangerous, spring-like, harsh, calm and soft. But most importantly, light is good from whatever lamp it shines. It is our privilege and our adventure to discover our own special light. Celebrating 100 years of spreading light, celebrating 100 years of care, of love, of hope, and of well-being. Celebrating 100 years of association. Celebrating 100 years of the Trained Nurses Association of India. On her feet 24 hours a day, toiling endlessly, giving what comfort she can, caring and nurturing, giving shelter from the storm. Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp, the ministering angel, spread the light of love that still burns bright. Her lasting contribution has been her role in founding the modern nursing profession. She set an example of compassion, commitment to patient care, and diligent and thoughtful hospital administration. Carrying forward the tradition of selfless care and commitment, nurses today are the heartbeat of healthcare. And walking with them at every step and turning point is the Trained Nurses Association of India. A small band of visionary and pioneering women saw the need to develop nursing as a profession. The movement gathered momentum, and in 1908, a decision was taken to establish the Trained Nurses Association with the following objectives: upholding in every way the dignity and honor of the nursing profession, promoting a sense of esprit de corps amongst all nurses, and to advance professional, educational, economic, and general welfare of nurses. Today, TNAI has come a long way. With over 2 lakh nurses, 85,000 student nurses, 5,500 auxiliary nurses, and female health supervisors, TNAI has become a major link between nurses all over the country and abroad. TNAI's activities cover a broad spectrum of healthcare fields, growing by leaps and bounds by the year. In 1994, TNAI undertook the HIV/AIDS project in collaboration with the American Nurses Association. Then, in 2001, TNAI and UNICEF got together for a project on reproduction child healthcare. In fact, TNAI has been instrumental in launching National Safe Motherhood Day on April 11, 2003, in collaboration with White Ribbon Alliance of India for Safe Motherhood. Besides these, TNAI has collaborated with WHO, SIDA, CEDPA, Indian Red Cross Society, Indian Public Health Association, Indian Leprosy Association, and the International Council of Nurses, to name a few. Another feather to her cap is the Student Nurses Association, established in 1929. The SNAI is a nationwide organization comprising of a vast student nurse members body with a wide variety of activities derived from the professional, social, cultural, and recreational spheres. The Student Nurses Association works in tandem with its mother concern, but towards the growth and propagation of glorious healthcare providers of tomorrow. TNAI is also lending a helping hand to the physical, mental, and emotional health of our senior citizens. An elderly care home and daycare facilities are being set up to meet not merely the physical need of the aged, but their psychosocial and spiritual needs as well. With an eye on the future, the Trained Nurses Association of India is working towards the setting up of a central institute of nursing and research that would coordinate and take forward the excellent efforts of nursing institutions and service centers. The objective of the institute is to take the quality of nurses and nursing skills to ever higher standards, with far-reaching impact on overall healthcare available to all in the country. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Through the years, the nursing fraternity has tirelessly, selflessly worked towards that overall well-being. From a small group of determined nurses to today's confident, well-rounded professional body, the nurses of today are raring to go. But the fight for a better tomorrow continues. With pride and honor in their past, self-assurance in the present, they look ahead towards a bright and promising future. After all, she is the hospitality of hospitals, the heartbeat of healthcare. A nurse always gives us hope, an angel with a stethoscope.
In the arms of the angel you find.
Let's join together to celebrate that angel. Her many forms, her many faces, her many graces. Let's celebrate 100 glorious years of care. For an angel looks down at us, silently smiling. Let's tell her 100 years have gone by, carrying forward her light. And let's promise her to carry it forward for many, many more centuries to come. Light can be gentle, dangerous, spring-like, harsh, calm and soft. But most importantly, light is good from whatever lamp it shines. It is our privilege and our adventure to discover our own special light. Celebrating 100 years of spreading light, celebrating 100 years of care, of love, of hope and of well-being. Celebrating 100 years of association, celebrating 100 years of the Trained Nurses Association of India.
No woman should die due to an unsafe abortion, and when abortion is provided, it should be given in a legal and evidence